Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday and welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope you all had a great weekend. I feel like I didn't have much of a weekend because of that Sunday bonus stream we did, which was fun. Don't get me wrong. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed hanging out with you, but man, it was tiring. But we're here. We're back. It's Tuesday. Hello. If anybody doesn't already know who I am Staney. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress. I do TTRPG stuff some of the time. And we're here. Tuesday, yeah. Or I need to remember to start calling it Clues Day. Because we're being a detective lawyer. Hey Derek and Divine, how you both doing? I hope you're doing well. Trying to think if there's anything I need to announce. I don't think so. I'm just tired today. But I'm here and I am excited to play more of the Ace Attorney trilogy. I think we'll just get started. Hopefully I remember all the voices that I did for everybody. Oh, one thing I do want to mention, I tweeted about this, but our team Emporium just onboarded a whole bunch of new members yesterday. So I'm very excited to add more to our Emporium family. I will do my best to remember who's all in there. I don't have enough VIP slots to give them all VIP. But maybe I can do something to add them to a list or nicknames or something. Hey Syncard! How's it going? But yeah, we onboarded a bunch of new, really nice people. You have too many friends? New friends! It is a lot for someone who's pretty introverted like me, but it's fine. Everyone seems very nice, and they're just letting me kind of chill in the background, and I'm okay with that. Doing job apps. Good luck with the job applications. I was eating tortilla chips and dropped a chunk down my sleeve, and now it's stuck there. Welp. Will re-emerge at a useful moment. When you're starving, it'll sneak back out. And you'll just be like, oh, food. I'm having so much fun with this game. I'm so excited to get back to it. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Farewell, my turnabout. So, where we left off last time, we were in the middle of the investigation. Let's go into our court record and I can tell you all what happened. So, it's, the Jammin' Ninja is dead. Oh my goodness. Another ludicrous case for us. So, okay. Last time on the what? Off to a great start. Yeah, okay. Previously on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. We were going to a Grand Prix for different children's characters, and they're all wearing different costumes and stuff, right? So y'all remember the Steel Samurai from the first game. Well, now they have, what is it? The Nickel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai has replaced the Steel Samurai. The out of character rival of the Nickel Samurai is the Jammin' Ninja, who is our victim. He's been murdered. Apparently he was stabbed? Oh gosh. But yeah, they had a big rivalry. I'm not even sure why, I don't really remember. But the Nickel Samurai, Matt Ungard, kept winning. And just kind of fueled these sort of negative tensions between him and Juan Carita. So this is our defendant. This is who we're representing, so we have to believe that he's innocent. But yeah, like there's just like all this showbiz stuff. We were there when the murder happened. Also, Maya has been kidnapped by someone named D. Killer. I got a chocolate bar and a cup of coffee. Oh, that sounds great. Hey, Nikhil. Yeah, so Maya has currently been kidnapped by someone named D. Killer, who was posing as like hotel staff, led her away, and then like locked her in some sort of like storage closet. Hey, Mr. Bad Guy. So we've got Pearls as our assistant today. Lotta is of course involved because she is getting into tabloids. And then we also have Adrian Andrews, who is Ungard's manager, but also was supposedly having some sort of relationship with Juan Carita behind the scenes. The first one, Manixer. So evidence that we have so far, we have this photo of the Nickel Samurai, which I'm sure will come in relevant later. A press conference ticket, because apparently the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something after the show, but then the murder happened. But also, Matt Ungard, the guy who plays the Nickel Samurai, had no idea anything about that. So it sounds like someone was trying to set him up. This is the radio transceiver to the kidnapper who wants us to get Matt Ungard acquitted in one day. So we only have one investigation day, and then we just have the trial, and we have to get him acquitted right away. Lotta's camera was stolen. There's a tabloid article about the victim in the case. We got a map. This was the murder scene. Let's check that out. So yeah, he was like stabbed with a knife. But that doesn't look like that would be enough to kill him, and he wasn't even stabbed in the heart. It like just punctured his lung. Also, why is this there? There's signs of a struggle everywhere, but this is fine. The heck? There's water on the top of the lid of this case. The wine glass was filled with tomato juice. No signs it's been drank. And also it's super weird that it's there. And then we have the magazine clipping, which is about someone named AA and Juan Carita getting close. Ooh. So that's where we left off. And I'm glad that I decided to give y'all the recap, because I only half remembered, because this is just nonsense. Anyway, what we need to do is try to break her psyche locks. Take that! She's got a lot of them. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Carita murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Ungard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answer? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Carita. You were not that close? That's right. I was never good at being intimate with another person. Not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that, because I assume the article... You and Mr. Kurita had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. To be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Stay on our good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Did you get close to Mr. Kurita for this person's sake? Oh, gosh. Probably for Matt's sake, right? Do you really still not understand? What? The thing didn't stop, so I don't think it's him. It's not in my nature to enjoy doing things for others. But you're a manager. It's called a job. I'm in charge of Mr. Engard the star, not Matt Engard the man. Oh. And you are not my client. Is my subtle hint to go home? But I know you must have had a need to get close to the victim. I feel like I don't remember enough about this. Shoot. So I'm gonna reload. All right, let's look at our court record again. So what do we know about her? She's Engard's manager. We know she didn't get close to Juan Kurita for his sake. But who else is she tied to? Just herself, at least at the moment. Maybe she got close to him for her own sake? She did say she doesn't do things for others. Let's try this again. Like, rather than wanting a relationship with him, maybe she wanted to squelch those rumors because they were annoying. Like, this definitely leads us on the right track. Nope, that's not it. Huh. So maybe we need to discover someone else. Who else is she tied to? Let Bob out of the kitchen. Do we have a different assistant for this one? We have Pearls. Okay, so we have motive for murder, we have relation to Engard, we have night of the murder. Let's skim through this again. Manager. And it looks like the Jammin' Ninja didn't have his own manager. And then they had dinner where they ate T-bone steaks. So yeah, definitely the problem with this is I don't remember all of the stuff that we got last time. So I don't remember the clues that we have that help us get her psyche locks unlocked. So we know that the big scoop was Mr. Kurita and Ms. Andrews. So she wanted photos. Okay, so she says she needs to get close to him for some person's sake. The only... Who would she care about, though? It looks like she doesn't have, like, a sister or something. A bunch of dumb bears in here. Hold on, wait a second. Okay, so she doesn't have anything to say about the manager. I was thinking maybe she had a reason to go try to get that signed autograph. But we don't have that as evidence anymore. This one's tricky. I guess we could go to the criminal affairs department and see if there's anything here. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back.
Hey, so you came, pal.
Why the blunt greeting?
Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about?
What is that voice I'm giving him? What do you mean by that?
Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight.
But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight?
I mean, I can't give you all the details, pal. But there's two big pieces.
Two?
And both of them are in this photo.
Okay.
The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest.
Okay, that button. That's the button you found during your body search of Mr. On Guard.
Yep. Found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants.
And the second one is...
The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife are in his chest, to be exact.
Fingerprints? Whose are they?
You didn't even have to ask, little missy.
I can't do his voice today. I'm so sorry, Gumshoe.
It's obvious. The Madangots.
Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony?
It's that old security lady, Ms. Oldbag.
I thought so.
Just say Moida until you get it.
It's been a Moida. I can't do it today. Why can't I do his voice?
What do you mean? You thought so? She tell you something, pal?
Well...
And I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone.
The blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down, trust me.
Yeah, well, Ms. Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. and God come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death.
No way! No, because this is her seeing someone in the costume again.
There's something interesting about this woman, pal.
And what is that?
You don't know? Haven't you heard the gossip about her?
Gossip, huh? I wonder if he knows anything about that article.
We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves.
The scandal with Mr. Kurita, but why?
Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide.
There we go. Suicide?
Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was one Kurita's manager.
The victim's manager?
But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one.
Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Kurita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case?
You want to know more about it, pal?
Yeah! How do I... Oh, right. We go out of here and then we talk about her.
She was the victim's manager, and she was also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since the suicide. I know those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence, but ow!
I am getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another.
Miss Von Karma!
You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you?
I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean...
I do, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's...
Wait! Please wait, sir! If I don't get this month's pay, I'll...
Quiet! If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Is this Edgeworth?
Who? That voice. It is Edgeworth! Edgeworth!
It's been a long time, right?
This person. This is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. He's not dead! You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it! You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like an ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You! You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never! Mr. Phoenix Wright. I will see you tomorrow. In court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. Edgeworth! I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died.
Mr. Nick!
I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you gonna run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. Oh, the tables have turned! You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. Edgeworth! I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. So what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you'd lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd be better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Wow, Phoenix! Man, he's very hurt by all this, isn't he? I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, "I will defeat you this time," the instant she sees me. But the courtroom's not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you are a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I've yet to learn? Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Phoenix just feels very strongly about his boyfriend. I mean, here's the thing. Oh, you didn't get a notification! Oh no, but hello, Kulan, welcome. Also, I don't remember if I said hi to Rex, so hi, Rex. But yeah, we saved our boyfriend's life in multiple ways, and then he takes off for a year and is like, you know what, I'm basically dead, just consider me dead. Bye. I can see why Phoenix would be mad. Let's talk about some things. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. Von Karma eats some chocolate and sit this one out. And then a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was ruled as suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? A suicide note. It went missing, no one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. Yes, we're aware. A secret. You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? And what is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen's not treating him well this year. There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? But that's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. We are looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say I don't have any info? Okay. Well, let's talk about some of the evidence then. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix Wright. Still as stuck up as ever. Fine. What do you make of this? Alright. What do you make of this? What about this? Okay. I think we have enough to at least unlock some of Adrian's psyche locks, so maybe it's our time to go back and see where we can move forward there. Will all of you be my belated Valentine? Hey Dezo, thanks so much for sending that Valentine to chat. If not, have a drink. Have a drink either way. I forgot to turn Valentines off, so I think I'll leave them up for today if y'all want to send Valentines to each other. Dezo, thanks for hosting. Oh.
Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here.
That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her.
And she has that psyche lock on her heart, right?
Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Anything new going on here? Weird. Do you know anything? I've told you how many times now. I'm a journalist. I got so much info running laps around my head, I forget things here and there.
Please don't get so worked up over this.
Ha! I don't care if you beg me. Be extra tough on kids. That's this gal's motto on learning youngsters. Alright then. Well, I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do then. Maybe he knows something?
I'm honored you're asking me, but I have no idea who this person is. Sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize so much.
Sorry.
Aw, he's just a big teddy bear. I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, the lawyer dude. So, like, what'd you find out, man?
Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating.
Oh, I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude.
No, you haven't. Oops. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to go here.
What's wrong?
How much do you know?
What do you mean, how much?
Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you'll keep yourself out of my personal life.
No, I would never.
Now, if you'll, like, excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep.
You're in detention! Who in the world are you gonna eat with? The security guard?
Mr. Nick.
This Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she's very important to all this. Let's see if she's back then, I guess. Oops, wrong room. No, still not here. Huh. It doesn't look like there's anything new in here either. We've looked at everything. Lotta doesn't have anything more to tell us. He doesn't have any information. She doesn't have any information. Have we tried presenting this to her? Nope, she still doesn't have anything to say. There's gotta be more we can get from Edgeworth then, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of. Oh, missing suicide note. We can talk about it. There we go.
Ms. Impact's death was most certainly a suicide, of that there's no mistake. However, we could not find a suicide note. That's when police began to suspect that someone had hidden it.
I mean, not everyone leaves a note, but okay. The suicide note. How do you... Yeah, there we go. But how do you even know Miss Impact even wrote one?
There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high.
But who would hide such a thing?
The police think it was Mr. Wankorita himself.
Victim?
He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide a suicide note.
I mean, not necessarily, but okay. Mr. Kurita hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? Probably because it talks about him.
As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway.
Part 1? Alright, let's look at the court record then. Oh, we can't actually examine that, but we can now present it as evidence, which hopefully means we're now ready to... Oop, not you. To break those psyche locks. We'll find out. I hope so. No, she's still not here. Where the heck is she? I guess, worst case, I can talk to other people about the suicide now, potentially. Alright, she doesn't know anything about that. Good to know, I guess. He doesn't know anything about that either. So who would know about this? Maybe we have to show it to Matt? I'm so confused. Like, I feel like the direction this particular case wants me to go is a lot less intuitive than other ones. Yeah, and he's not there. What the... What do you want me to do, game?
I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2.
2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. Why would you make... Why? Game, why? I don't understand why. This case is definitely a lot less intuitive. It feels that way. It feels like the mechanics are getting in the way of solving it. Like, why would he just hand me the first part and then I have to hand it back to him? I'm like, wow, here, you showed this to me. Here, look at it. Like, just hand me both parts. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name's Adrian Andrews.
Miss Andrews, what did she do?
She tried to kill herself? You're both like, take that to each other back and forth. We seriously are. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she had a certain secret she was always trying to hide. Hey Corey, how's it going? Hey Sunrose, welcome, welcome.
A secret?
Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Okay. So did he give us part 2? So now we have the full report, I guess. Well, just while we're here, let's present it again. I noticed you didn't do this last Tuesday. Everything okay? What do you mean? We were here last Tuesday. Must have missed it somehow? Yeah, I guess so. We were definitely here, though. Okay, so... So it's just the same thing again. Do we have the second part of the report now? I mean, with the music changing, I assume we must. Alright, let's try going back to the hotel. She's still gone! And he's what? Alright, let's try talking to Edgeworth more then. I'm so confused what this game wants me to do. Yeah, we've already talked about this. Talk about yourself! We're looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. About yourself! There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Has the badge been used for anything yet in either game? Yeah! We've used our badge a couple of times, mostly to be like, I'm a lawyer! Let me represent you! I'm not sure what he wants us to talk about. Yeah, we already learned that. There's suicide notes missing. Yeah, I don't think... So we've got all this. I guess I'm gonna present him all the evidence. Okay, so that's it for him. We're done with Edgeworth. There's nothing more to talk about. Oh, we have dependent nature. Why is it at the top? Why is it at the top? I'm so angry. What's this about Ms. Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? He only has 4 conversational slots, but why don't they shift everything up and put it at the bottom? That just annoys me. Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that?
Is this what they call following someone to the grave?
After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others? When Celeste Impax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude is all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. There we go. Okay. Now before we leave, because that might be enough, appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliche saying, but it's cliche because it's true. Miss Andrews, I think behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. Any more conversations? Okay, maybe now she'll be back. Because her girlfriend was dead, Nick? He doesn't understand. Hey, Mr. Uppercase T. Roses are red, violets are blue, a forbidden romance, Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe. I love it. Thanks for sending that Valentine. I should have checked to see if Engard was back. But now she's back, so we should be good.
Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone.
That's Franziska von Karma.
Miss von Karma?
What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so... You've got some nerve following me around. Following you?
That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following.
Pearls?
Always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard.
Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl.
What is that?
An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know but that fool's every move. Maya's been kidnapped? So that noise you heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. What are those two talking about?
Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she?
Welp! We're gonna save it because we've gotten some more evidence. Take that! Should we be looking into this at all? So the kidnapper gave us a radio and it was like, hey, don't worry. As long as you get Matt Ungard acquitted at his trial tomorrow, we'll let Maya go. So just do that. And so we told Gumshoe about what happened, and Gumshoe's like, oh, I don't know what to do. So we're just trying to get Matt acquitted. Because that's really all we can do at the moment. Alright, so why was he murdered? Now we have, you're not good at being intimate with another person, but tabloids! The outro! Let's see. What if there's a need for you to get close? Didn't you get close to, for this person's sake, and now we've got Celeste. Celeste impacts your mentor. Gumshoe didn't have any insightful solutions? Whoa, no way! How do you know about Celeste? Ms. Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Carita's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Carita so you could find out more about her suicide. Yeah, you have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Ms. Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Get a hold of yourself. Huh? If you want advice on doing yourself and I suggest asking someone, like the police? Okay. There we go. Ms. Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Carita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That's why you became intimate with Mr. Carita. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. It's proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Ms. Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Ms. Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that's all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding Ms. Impact's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? That topic... What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was... why the victim was killed. Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with the reason to want Mr. Kurita dead. Me? Ms. Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? We did it! It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth.
Miss Andrews.
This one thing? It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Kurita. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Kurita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposefully add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have like one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret.
Miss Andrews.
If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Okay, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion.
Mr. Nick, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back.
That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. You're not remembering something clearly? It sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. Well, shit. We still have no idea who killed him or why. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. Oh no!
What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Oh, Pearl, she looks so worn out by all of this. She hasn't slept at all, and she's been walking all over the place with me today.
What's wrong, Mr. Neck?
Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine, I really am.
You don't look fine to me.
So, what now?
Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Ms. Andrews has a motive.
You mean Ms. Impact's suicide note?
That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
Hello? Rancula offices? I don't remember the voice I gave this person. I guess just kind of insidious. I thought
Mr. Attorney, you're not answering the phone.
Maya! Where's Maya?
As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time.
Phew.
Which is why, I suppose, she is absolutely famished.
What?
So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost. Wouldn't you agree?
Wait, Maya, let me hear her.
Very well.
Ask my...
Maya, is that you?
sis. Ask my sis.
Maya, damn it, he cut me off.
Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis? What does she mean by that? Obviously, she means Mia. Come on, Phoenix. Oh, you're a hopeless one. Sorry. Ah! Mia!
I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her.
How's Maya?
She's safe, for now.
That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know?
As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could.
I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like?
I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there.
And?
She didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her.
When you were with her?
I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie.
I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die.
Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now.
Oh, it's locked. But this door lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Like maybe this one? Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it.
It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Oh, that's it! This shell card! If I use this, maybe I can get the door open! This might be my key out of here! I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius! Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Oh no. Oh, I did it! I thought that was someone coming in. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here! I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. Oh, she escapes! Go, Maya.
Okay. I still don't even know who the killer is. I wanted to do like maybe a prediction on like who's the real killer. But I have no idea. Adrian did it?
That's what it looks like.
Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that.
In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you.
A mountain of evidence?
I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you.
Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that.
I understand. Is this Edgeworth, maybe? Well, it's almost time. No, it's Mia. Well, it's almost time. Mia! We must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired? The real killer was too much sodium. Hey, Ori, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Ugh! For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Kidnapper sent me a present.
Mr. Lawyer, dude, who was that?
Oh, no one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything.
Dude, did your nose just get longer?
Warming up outside, which means it's warming up inside, so I can stop wearing 2 pairs of socks and a robe over my hoodie. Nice! I'm glad that you're warming up. I'm doing well, thank you, Ori. Wait, where's Francisca? What? What? Ooh, I have a prediction we can do. We'll call this, will the judge ask, what is the meaning of this? Oh, that's too long. We'll say we'll judge then. And we have a yes. No. You got 5 minutes to get your predictions in. Feel free if you want to. It just seems like something fun we can do.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Let's hydrate.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor.
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it?
Prosecutor Von Karma's... This morning, Ms. Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman.
What? What?
Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane! Ms. Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have that answer.
Edgeworth, maybe? She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Whew. You're...
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. Prosecution is ready, naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Hey! That's where her dad was shot! Luckily, I had looked this case over and am familiar with the details. Playing Minecraft after a little too much GTA 5. Trying to prep for a game night with friends where we all race in GTA 5. I hope you have fun with that. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. I just want this music the whole trial. Witness, your name and occupation.
My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir!
Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah. It would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case.
This might have happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder, so... After this award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to the room, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Push him on everything. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. That's when there was a short break.
Yeah, it's Mia's in Pearl's body again. Just, remember her eyes are up there. I was just looking at the prediction. It'll be interesting to see what happens. It's very awkward, Ori. I completely agree.
A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Please continue with your testimony, detective.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct?
Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Madame God's manager. She's a real pretty lady, sir. So she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she'll grace us with her presence.
Judge, come on.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Angad. After visiting his room, she went next to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see, and that's when she found the victim's body.
The cause of death... wasn't that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest?
Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal.
I knew that was not a lethal stabbing.
Take a good hard look at this crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
Oh, jeez. Then what about the knife?
It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Weird. And why did you think that?
Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? Well, we thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory, then.
What convinced you had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gateway Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case?
Yes, sir.
Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have the guitar.
So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case at all.
I believe that is enough. Also, I disagree. Just because it was empty doesn't mean that it's unrelated. Oh, I just realized y'all have predictions by your names. I was like, what are those badges? A guitar case full of guns, you say? First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Hey, HD. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Angard? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Menengad and Wankarita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way, and, that's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Angard's hakama. And the defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife, so... The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. A murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
So, I think that was his T-bone steak knife.
Moida! And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, wasn't it? And this button is also covered in blood. Yeah, and we know that the blood on this is the victim's blood, sir.
Gumshoe is always a good time. What?
Oh, this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it?
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? Huh! I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ah! Gumshoe's definitely my favorite character, hands down. He's great. I love him so much. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Angard won, did he not?
Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Wankarita was always the one step behind Mr. Angard and everything. This year it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown.
But Mr. Karita lost the Grand Prix in the end.
That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
Wait, just 1 second here. Mr. Angard was beating Mr. Karita in the popularity polls.
Well, yeah, I guess, but...
Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not well. I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
No, not you too, Miss Edgeworth, sir. That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No! No, detective. Let's continue with the testimony. No. Now my poor pension, too.
Detective, if you value money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir.
What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood's all over it, so...
Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards.
Miss Edgeworth, help me, sir!
Alright, I knew it had to be a piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Ugh.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all, and that's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what's he trying to say about me here? How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Nope, apparently never. It's funny though. It's like if they wanted to have Mia in all these games, why didn't they just have Mia not die?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant of the owner of this knife then?
Bought the knife for the crime. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. No, no, no. It says Gatewater Hotel on it. Wait a second.
What?
So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand.
That's right, pal. The defendant
did not buy this knife.
Huh?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before.
That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness. The murder knife was actually a property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated.
Yes, that is very true. That is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I did. Oh.
The question is, where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There's a knife and fork on that table. Then, Where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room the defendant, Matt and God, was staying in. Yeah, there's a knife missing. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt and God's knife was missing. Ugh! Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife to visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seemed like Edgeworth had this planned from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked right headlong into it!
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your honest time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, we better present something, otherwise we're gonna lose. Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
We have to. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance, and only one.
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence.
Look, it's like the whole thing!
Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show the court?
Shit! I don't know. Oh no, I don't know, because nothing's like super decisive. I guess the only thing I can do is, I feel like the only thing I can present, it's gotta be new, so it can't be any of these, is maybe the suicide report? Or maybe Lotta's camera? Because that was stolen as well. I don't know. I don't... Try this. Nope. Sorry, right, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. The glass? I don't see how it's relevant at the moment, though. Let's just say no and see what happens. This has to be another trap. But if I don't say anything, then risk throwing out a bad piece of evidence.
Looks like the defense isn't saying one peep this time.
Which means this court is adjourned. Phoenix! We will lose this case if you give up here.
So you'd better show the judge something, quick!
Slow down. We all know I have a tendency to be wrong more than... I can't even say it. There's one. One piece of evidence. Okay, so I have to present something. Nope. What am I supposed to present here? I don't understand. Must be your attorney badge. Apparently so. Well, let me save here. Alright, let's go through the evidence then. So we've got the glossy photo. I don't think that's relevant. The Nickel Samurai confessing something could be. It's not this. I don't think it's the tabloid. It could be the tabloid, actually. I don't think we have enough to link this yet. This doesn't seem relevant yet. The crime photo is not new evidence. We tried the suicide thing. So I think we're torn between the magazine clipping and the press conference ticket, but I don't know. This is so unintuitive. Yeah, there he goes, shaking his freaking head again. Is your favorite game series? Hey! Welcome! I love this game series too! Welcome, Shazam! Oh, that's right, I wanted to check. You're one of our new Emporium friends, aren't you? The third one's your fave. I'm looking forward to getting to it. We're doing well, how are you? So as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, yesterday we onboarded a whole bunch of new amazing creators to the Emporium family. And Shazam Dajan is one of them. Let me give you a shout out. I want you to go check out, basically click the Emporium thing and follow everybody on there. Hold on, let me do two things. So we're gonna do Emporium. And we're gonna shout out Shazam, the Jam, which is real fun to say. So hello and welcome. I'm really enjoying this game, though I'm struggling with this current trial because everything about it feels really unintuitive. Okay, so we have to say yes. And then when Edgeworth yells at us, we're gonna save here in this slot. Honestly, it's a really great community of really great people. Okay, I'm gonna keep, because here's the thing, I don't know what decisive evidence I'm supposed to present. Yeah, it's super tough, because like there've been multiple times where I haven't known how to proceed. And I feel like this one I've been floundering a bit more. Normally I'm much better at these games. So we need to show new evidence. This is not new evidence. This is not new evidence. This is not new evidence. I don't think there's anything, at least currently, relevant here. Though why would the guitar case be open? That's super weird. We tried at least this part of the suicide report to try to implicate Adrian Andrews. We've tried the camera. I think I tried the tabloid. Blue Badger's my jam. No, I hate it. I guess I'm gonna try this and then get it wrong, and I'm gonna go through all my evidence until I figure it out because I have no idea. Nope, he's gonna shake his head. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Whoops, wrong one. What am I supposed to present here? I don't get it. Maybe there's... Wait.
I'm a man of my word, Wright. That's enough. This court sees no reason to prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. The court finds the defendant Matt on guard
guilty. Oh no! No! But that's not new evidence. I guess we can try it, but I don't... I'm just gonna go through all the evidence because nothing makes sense. He's just gonna shake his head with everything. What are we trying to prove? Nothing! That's the problem. It gives us no direction. It's just like, here, present a piece of evidence that's relevant. I'm like, the heck? Can I suggest a piece of evidence? You've played this before though, right? There we go. The actual wine glass itself. We did it.
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Trying to prove that the judge is Mr. Clean with a beard. The scene's a mess because of this victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup's all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
Playing this makes my choices worse, honestly, because it makes me think too far ahead. My choice was wrong. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like also, even if you haven't played these games before, you have an idea of where you need to go, but not always an idea of how to get there. However, this glass that's sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion.
You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Could Miss Andrews really set that glass down without thinking? No, I don't think so. The tomato juice was found in his room. She would have had to have brought both of them. No. If I appear weak here, the trial's over. You're a judge, form your own opinions and stop asking edgy, I agree. know the end goal, but I jumped the gun on making things relevant. I get you, Shazam. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They might just fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course, it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Judge showed me an important life lesson. Apply for the jobs you're not qualified for and you may still get the job. You're not even wrong. Oh, he's the worst sometimes. Though at the beginning of this game, I was really impressed. Like, he was noticing things in photographs and he overruled objections that weren't ours. I was really impressed. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Ugh, I can't believe I fell into another trap! Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. Upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenarios. It explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard about this past year and what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like for the court to hear from. Oh, you know what? That's fair enough, HD. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Ugh. Gotcha. Ugh. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew it was under that helmet? It was the wicked witch of the witness stand. I tells ya, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have a thing to do with that terrible crime. Hey, Sock.
Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oof. Shush, I'm talking with my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. I'm glad you hate it. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam.
No. Please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say. That the youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind it at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dear Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone's crazy over that Angard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something, but not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carita.
But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. And that's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Matt Engard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. Engard came out of the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
All right, let's do this. I need more water for her voice. Ms. Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show.
All right, let's hydrate. Everyone get some water.
But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Does energy drink go too? If it's hydrating and you want to drink it, okay. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. Something you were interested in? And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what was this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, I can always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went into and out of Mr. Carita's room?
I have no idea! I mean, I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why, ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. That sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Franziska's whip right about now. Who's everyone's favorite character so far and why is it Pearl? Pearl's adorable, but I think a lot of us really like Gumshoe.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway.
You saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yesy.
Really?
Annoying brat, when I say someone, I saw that person.
I'm gonna get a sense of deja vu. Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's clothes? No, the person's face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shiny teeth.
His teeth were shining?
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup? What? I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? And God's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony important or relevant in any way?
No.
Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me.
Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining? She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Okay, so it's this one we have to figure out where to press on. Yeah, I like a lot of the characters, honestly. I like Edgeworth. I like Von Karma. I think she's interesting. She has a lot of growing up to do, but she's entertaining. Pearls is adorable. I used to like Phoenix, but he's getting more and more judgmental, and I don't like that. What was the person carrying might be relevant. Because if he... No, not necessarily. Let's try clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really! As if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yeah, it was that thing!
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket!
Oh. He was wearing that in the detention center, too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Yes. It is very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you'd like to point out what part of the testimony was important? Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right, witness, please.
Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must...
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. How how would this end up in his hakama if he's wearing his racing jacket? Ms. Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah! That's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this!
Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal and God.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants.
See? See? And God is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I were the trendiest dress, but instead I have to put up with you wearing this outfit. It's hideous, right? You got tape recorder stuck on my chest. It's heavy. It's so heavy. I wish I could switch CDs years ago. Keep the dream alive for those kids out there. I work hard, you understand? Now look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a tip. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard the man, but Mr. Ungard the Nickel Samurai?
But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Ms. Oldbag, this is very important. It's a super important point we're talking about.
Ajipo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. And God. Yeah, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yeah, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was 7.1. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? You think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Youngins today, I told you there's no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as a delightful witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Okay. Would you please get on with your testimony?
What's your language, young man? That sort of tone is... What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
What? I'm not...
I'll strike your figure by the sea. Standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai.
She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later, if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay. You promise, right?
Right, I'll be sending you the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Oh, that's right. You can still support Australian breast cancer research, but we're not charity streaming anymore. But feel free to give them more money. I should probably turn off that timer. I'm done with the charity streams. But thank you all so much for all your support for the first half of February. How else would you bribe her? She's basically an old child. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh? How much did we end up raising? It was $1,050 for charity. Y'all are amazing. It was over 3,000 as a team, and they're still going for the rest of the month. But yeah, y'all are amazing. Thank you so much.
Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well,
what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is the man that was inside the costume. Isn't that enough?
We got an achievement for Judge Wagner. So, let me ask you one last time. Hey, PG, welcome, welcome. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one.
Huh?
There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what the contradiction means for us. I'll have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Okay. Oh, but one wasn't stabbed, he was strangled? I can't be held responsible for the past. It's such a good defense. Need to use that if I'm ever in court. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I hit the wrong button. Now we have to get through all of this again. So let's save it here. And I guess let's try to present the autopsy report because he was strangled. Nope. What other... Okay. So we did have to go to the thing after the show. We know that, so that's not a contradiction. Maybe in here. Oh, he can't wear it because if he was wearing it, then how would they get fingerprints on the knife? There we go. Please take a look at this.
Yes, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because of the defendant's fingerprints on it.
Is that what you're driving at?
That's exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at, and whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Engard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to be left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
The driving was 2 cases ago.
He probably took off his gloves before he began the stabbing.
And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show.
Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder did still take place.
Also, if he was just going to relax and talk, why would he bring a knife? You've used that you've just dialed back from premeditated murder to not. Hey, Lost. Ah, gosh, I'm getting an eyelash in my eye. Oh no. Ah. It's the worst. Give me 1 second. I think I've shifted it to like a corner. I just want to make sure it's not gonna like migrate inward. I don't see it anymore. Oh, but there is an eyelash on my cheek, so maybe it fell out. Edgeworth murder's murder. It's not a big deal, I guess. Top 10 anime portrayals. You're not wrong, Shazam. You're not wrong.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? There's a contradiction already. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Because he brought the knife. This was used by Mr. Engard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Professor Pecan, hello and welcome. Don't make me kiss you, Phoenix. We are all on board this ship, aren't we? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Thanks so much for following, Pecan. I appreciate it. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point.
This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say! Order in the court!
Old bag, I hate her. I kind of do too, but her voice is so fun. It's terrible, but it's real fun to do.
Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt and Guard, obviously. It's to frame my client, Mr. Engard, of course.
To frame...
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Ugh! Witness!
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Ichipo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
The way you think. You're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. You better save it. This case is so hard. Ms. Oldbag. You were waiting around for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I'm gonna guess... Adrian!
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engard's manager. Were you waiting around for my boyfriend? Because that's not cool.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. You were waiting for me to come out of the room, weren't you?
Oh, this is... Ha, I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article. If it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness, what in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. It's gonna take the wind out of you, youngins.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
That God is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
The defendant and his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth in the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then it proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. This old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right. And God is nothing but an average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to danger zone. Phoenix, what are you even talking about?
These damn Utes.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungar did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now since you're so in shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny. Show me what you got. You can show me proof and God didn't bear any ill will toward one.
No. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Oh no.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you anyway.
Fantastic. I'm happy to have ruined you, Shazam. Let's see. Let's just push her on everything.
But it's true that woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland.
What, are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? Huh, what do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth? Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
You should rewatch My Cousin Vinny. I also want to rewatch it. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. And I was definitely inspired with my old bag voice from Lisa. It's so good. It's just such a good trial movie. Never seen it, perhaps I should. It's really fun. It's got Joe Pesci as well, he's the cousin Vinny, who's the lawyer. He's from New York. And he has to go, where are they? Like somewhere south, like South Carolina maybe, or Georgia or something.
to get his cousin off the hook for murder. Alabama. Okay, yeah, I don't remember. I just know it's somewhere in the fairly deep south. And they're all like prejudiced against him because he's a city boy. He came and murdered somebody. Oh no. I like 12 Angry Men a lot. I haven't seen Inherit the Wind, but I did see... Oh, what was it? The Trial of the Infamous Seven or something like that? Hold on. Which was really good. Trial of the Chicago Seven, I saw. It was really good. I'd recommend it too. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. I don't remember what.
Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, and God will never get me to say touche.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking about the word scandal. Even I know that much.
Well, the ink god thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
Oh, we have... I don't have proof yet. We might have proof at some point. We will probably have to offer proof there at some point, but I'm gonna go through the rest of her testimony first. So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait, close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson. I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through that door that night.
Wait.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this is... How do you know the secret information?
Huh? Well, that's 'cause I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world does this old bag get such a secret piece of information? Oh, no. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Ejipu, what are you doing? Help me.
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering?
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did old Meg get her inside information? There has to be something I could use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it! Alright, let's look at our evidence then. So we could just say it came from Gossip Land. Probably is the case. I don't think we have anything that proves that
they didn't have any, like, that they didn't want to kill each other, unfortunately. So let's go back here and try. Hey, Kelsey! And we're gonna present some evidence. You got it. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
What are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire this secret info, isn't it? You call that proof? It looks more like proof of spite towards the witness. You have nothing to back up your claims, and then they're no more valid than gossip. Objections just... Oh, dang it. What the heck? Have fun winning the case. I'll do my best. There's got... How else could she have come into this secret info? Ooh! Did she steal the camera? The investigative photographer. Lot of heart. The music fades. We got this.
Oh, yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews.
Oh, what? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this paper's completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No! You see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy!
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-head whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on God, she said so herself. On God, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy-poo, you believe me, don't you? Ugh. I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her?
Pile on more pressure!
If I let up now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Well, why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting up my credibility under scrutiny again?
Ms. Oldbag, I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night. Lotta's cameras. Well, I'm just gonna press this again. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Welcome back, Pegan. Welcome. Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me.
Why, what? Witness!
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too.
Ugh. Look, you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, fall in love, and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that women's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Big Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos, hurry. We must examine this camera at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you! That's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
the defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close.
Oh no! This is not going well for us.
Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotto took, there's gotta be something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right?
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at this photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Why do you do this to me? Yeah, we should be good to save over this one. Look at this photograph one more time. Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? Let me just double check this. It's all out of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
It doesn't look strange, except for the weird out of focus tilt. For the other arm, it's like right here, right? But yeah, that's what I was gonna click on, if nothing else. I was trying to look at the flowers to see if maybe they were weird, but those look normal to me. His pants look normal. I'm gonna try the arm. The bear? No, unfortunately that's normal. It's this person here, of course. What, Phoenix?
You mean the nickel samurai? And what's wrong with that?
At the time of the murder, Mr. Engard was in his own room, which means this nickel samurai's If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. Ah! I think it's about time you retired.
It looks like there was no problem with this photo after all.
No, there's gotta be. Oops, I loaded the wrong one. Alright, hold on. So the costume looks fine. I'm trying to remember. So if he's walking back this direction. Yeah, because it's his right arm, so the photo would have had to have been taken from back here. Because those are the double doors leading into the Viola Hall. So I wonder, what's the weird thing then? Because yeah, that's his right arm, and in that photo it's his right arm. Pants look normal. And I don't have any... Hold on, let's check the photo again. Yeah, the pants look normal. Hold on. Look at this map again. Okay, so if he's walking back to his room here, like that, then the handle should be close on the side closest to him. Like it should be on the side closest to these double doors. So let's see if that's correct. It is. Dang it. Are the pants supposed to be on the ground that way? Let's look at this. It is his feet! Someone short is wearing the costume! You got it, PG. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. Betsy, thank you so much for hosting. Hello and welcome.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engard.
What is the meaning of this?
Hey! Choose outcome! A winner is you! Congratulations to Team Yes! I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. There's a prediction going on? Yeah! In the, first 5 minutes of the stream, I was like, let's, have y'all vote on whether or not you think the judge will ask, what is the meaning of this? And then I knew either we were gonna end the stream and close the prediction with no, or I was gonna complete the prediction as soon as he said it.
His socks. You can see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Akama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself. As if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Exactly! He realized that he's there to get to the truth, and it doesn't matter if he wins or loses as long as he gets to the truth. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? No, he just doesn't attach his self-worth to the case.
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Angard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Angard. In that case, who is that a photo of? It's gotta be Adrian Andrews. Who's the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on instead is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Adrian Andrews.
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Angard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Angard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Angard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as the murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. Another day? Oh no! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Object!
Now then.
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not...
Hold it. I will wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth.
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his ways subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
So there's no concept of withholding evidence in Japan, America? Apparently not. Alright, we're gonna save it here. We're gonna take our own little recess. So we're gonna take like a 5-minute break. We'll be back soon. So it's a good time to get up and stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in just a few. And we're back. Hope y'all had a nice break. HG, have a good night and sleep well. Thanks for hanging out today. All right, let's get back to the trial. I did save it, right? I don't remember. Let's save it again.
Dude! I can't believe that Adrian. No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews.
She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her.
So, after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama.
Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her?
Yeah, she's the real killer. She's the one who murdered Juan Carita.
But why? I thought she was like buds with Juan.
She has her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll all be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
Yes.
Miss Andrews depended on Ms. Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better started Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Ms. Impacts?
Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth.
It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard.
I see, now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure, what is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland.
Oh goodness, if the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. Wait, that's the same card that Maya found. What's that card got to do with this? I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or is that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him.
No,
wrong voice. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at a scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on your wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She is the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your... words. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? All right. We'll make sure we save it then. And then we'll press her on everything. And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room. Yes? What do you mean? Excuse me? What are you... Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Yeah, I have to agree with Edgeworth on this one. I even had trouble parsing that one. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engad's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, one was to make an appearance with the other heroes. Hey, Furman! Hold it! So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. It's going well! How are you doing, Furman? Though, this case has been a bit of a struggle, honestly, but we're getting there. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Doing alright? Glad to hear it.
I see.
This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Oh, it's not the same scene because she poured the juice! Yes, the one with that knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then what did you do next, witness?
I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm what you said one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Carita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
Ollie, thank you so much for that raid! Hello and welcome, raiders! Hello, hello, hello! We're investigating a murder! Ollie, how was your stream? More Yakuza! Yakuza's great. I hope you're having a good time with it. Phoenix Wright is going. This is definitely one of the more difficult trials we've had to do. But it's been fun. It's always good doing like the silly voices. Hello and welcome, Raiders. If you don't know who I am already, I'm Estanie. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, and voice actress. Thanks for hanging out. Come chill. Was gonna continue the Pokemon Nuzlocke, but the save seems to have borked. Oh no! At least you had Yakuza to play, but yeah, that's unfortunate. And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. No big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press it!
Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that you said you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime scene photo?
Which is how water ended up on the top of the case only, I guess.
This mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake.
So we know that she didn't see that because... Yeah. And yeah, the guitar case is open in the photo too, but it's only wet on the top, so she opened the guitar case afterwards. You got it. Oh, you did miss the rest of the old bag voice acting. Hope the phone call went well, though. You testified that you knocked over the flower vase, is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? Oh, it's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
And what's wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside of the case.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
No, make her testify! The empty guitar case. We believe it is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews.
Yes, it was me. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe? Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has stated multiple times, when she found the dead body,
She was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. Hey Merrick, welcome. I thought maybe that criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Which trial is this now? The trial of the dead jammin' ninja. I forget what it's called. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside? I definitely wasn't. Farewell, my turnabout. That sounds right. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. The trial will be over in half the time if you just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we got a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Okay, so let's see. I was dazed, must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Case was empty, but I don't know why I opened the case. Why doesn't it have her fingerprints on it, though? Hold on, no. Wait. It would have her fingerprints on it if she opened it. So Karita must have opened it after she knocked over the vase. Mia's channeling through Pearl, which is like the 8-year-old little spirit medium prodigy. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Oh. It's super weird, or you got it. It's incredibly weird and a little bit creepy.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange, considering she left fingerprints on the juice. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? You have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? We just talked about your fingerprints on this glass. I have your proof right here, the wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints clearly on this wine glass. Oh. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh, good thing she has spare glasses for when they shatter off of her face.
Order, order, order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But
the guitar! The bright red guitar was at the studio! Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? It was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case...
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Maybe? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar...
So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Suicide note? What else could it be? Edward, let the judge speak. It's gotta be the suicide note. It's the only thing that makes sense, so I'm gonna... I can't save it here. Let's just... It will only lose one little blip if we fail, so let's give it a try. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one?
Why, Mr. Wright? Why?
Well, I might have thought it might have been possible. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in that void where your brain is supposed to be?
Yes, and never bring it out again.
It was the attorney's badge. You were the killer all along. Oh no. Can a foolishly foolish fool get some love? Do you still think you could prove your theory? Alright, now we can save it at least. Okay, so... What was inside the guitar case then? So... We have a Nickel Samurai poster. That doesn't make any sense. Something the Nickel Samurai had to confess about, maybe? No, because Old Bag ended up with that. Tabloid article? Juice doesn't make sense. I'm gonna go with this. Nope. A body! We'll put a body in there! I don't know. Tabloid article. Like, they're definitely making some leaps in logic here that make it a little bit hard to figure out where this game wants you to go. We don't have a photo that would make sense for it to be in the guitar case, though.
Like, we have, let's go through the evidence again. We have this glossy photo Maya pushed onto us. Doesn't make any sense for that to be in there. A guitar case full of juice. We have, the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show, whatever that means. We have Lotta's camera, which was stolen the night of the murder, but we know that it ended up in Oldbag's custody. She's the one who took it. We have a Gossip Land article specifically about Adrian Andrews and the victim. Hey, Mundaruckus! We've got a guide map. We've got the guitar case. We've got juice. We've got the photo of the murder. We've got the button. We've got the suicide notes. We've got the autopsy report, the knife, and then Lotta's photo, which doesn't make any sense either. I guess we're gonna go with juice. Nope, it's not juice. What would be in the case? I don't understand. Someone with the creepy director lady? I think you're thinking of the one from the first game. Yeah, I don't understand what would be in there. I guess I could try the camera. Maybe they threw it in the trash later and that's how she found it. Nope. A person? I don't think a body could fit in there. I mean, I joked about it. The photo found in the hallway? What photo found in the hallway? I mean, I guess we could try this one. But it wouldn't make any sense for it to be this photo. Okay, I don't know why it's this. This makes no sense. It's okay, Chomp.
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what's important is what that is a picture of, Your Honor.
In this picture.
I don't understand. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Why? Why? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm with you, Edgeworth. What is happening?
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Oh, PG, please don't use that word here in chat. Thanks. Yeah, it's not clear at all, Saint Card. Even so, we don't use ableist terms here, so please don't use that again. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? Good question. That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Ms. Andrews? Oh, I get what he's getting at. She made the swap. I guess she made the swap and put a spare costume in the guitar case. There's even more nonsense in this case. Great! I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Oh no. Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order, order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
The logic makes sense, but the way they get to said logic is not intuitive. Yeah, that feels like that's on track for this entire case. Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. It's not worse than the similar case where everything hinged on a photo taken by a kid? I guess, but honestly, the way that we got there was still a lot more intuitive than this case. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt and God's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room and inside the guitar case, if of all places?
True. It is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case?
I think it was a spare costume. I think it was swapped out at the studio. Because it being stolen from Engard doesn't make sense because he was sleeping in it. And it would... I can't save here, can I? Oh, I can! Okay, great. Thank you. Now you want to hear my thoughts. Anyway, it doesn't make sense to say it was stolen from Engard because he was wearing it at the time, and she wouldn't have been able to strip him out of it, sneak it over to the case, and throw it in there. It has to be a spare costume, so that's what I'm gonna say, and then probably get dinged for it. Mr. Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we're talking about was a spare one. What?
Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
That would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. Oh, right, because he was he was gonna make a confession, but Matt had no idea about it.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring a Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point. Oh, what are you bumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Edgeworth is losing it. To be fair, it's been a long time since he's been in a trial with us. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was this.
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess to something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. detailed accusations explain on the way down. Yep, that's exactly how it works. Again, it's been a year. Maybe he's forgotten.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold a press conference as the nickel samurai.
He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews.
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was gonna make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What?
And do you know what this secret of Mr. Engard's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Engard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt like I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I think I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. What kind of protection is this? I don't know. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Ugh. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. My only confusion on something was the person who committed suicide, the Nickel Samurai's agent or the Jammin' Ninjas? It was the Jammin' Ninjas agent. So, we'll pop into the court record. So, this is the murder victim. He was the Jammin' Ninja. This is our client, the defendant, the Nickel Samurai. Currently, we are cross-examining Adrian Andrews' testimony, who's the manager of our client, the Nickel Samurai, and her mentor, who committed suicide, was Juan Carita, the Jammin' Ninja's manager. Hopefully that clears it up. It is a little bit convoluted. No problem, Oreo. And if you think these three things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event for that hotel? And that hotel for the conference? Because that's when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt and Guard. To be fair to Phoenix, he did go to lawyer night school.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof you didn't know about the press conference?
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Has Mr. Engard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Carita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? So this line must be important because it's now in the testimony. I'm gonna do more pressing. But didn't you already testify earlier that Matt Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? Then his first day on the job, his mentor died. I mean, I don't think that's quite true. Because we had been working as a rookie lawyer for some time, and the only reason we got upgraded to actual lawyer was because of her death, right? She said he had to kill him no matter what, which implies there's a reason. But she also says she doesn't know if he has a motive. She said that she has no proof about his motive. But also, I think that that's been removed and replaced in the testimony. I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Okay, so yeah, here's what we have. Had a feeling Matt was the murderer, know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Didn't have an alibi, and then there's evidence. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Except you were... Hold on. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Oh, that's us. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Okay. This is the other thing we haven't pressed on yet. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and the murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway,
the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
Alright, I'm gonna save it. We're gonna look at her testimony now, because we've pushed her and everything, and now her testimony is different. Had a feeling Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. I don't think we have any evidence that contradicts that. Didn't have an alibi. The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. I'm gonna press on this. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such fine details? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? Okay. So, said it was torn off with a fight with Matt. Obviously there's no button here, because it was found on Matt later. This looks like they're making a fist. Wait a second. No. Because he was strangled first. And that wouldn't cause blood to get on the button. He was then stabbed so that blood would get on the button, and then the button was deliberately torn off. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during their struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Oops.
Order! What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this off the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it?
To pin the crime on Engard, obviously. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There was no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard is, I mean, it's gotta be... Adrian. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Karita's killer! What?
Order! Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All the evidence points to Ms. Andrews! How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. Was the judge asleep this whole time? He just doesn't want to believe it. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then... What about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Just so many spare glasses. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
She breaks them a lot, apparently, yeah. This is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Why would she pour the juice then? Oh, wait, no, maybe she poured the juice before the murder. I don't know. Maybe they're all fashion glasses. Could be. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews.
No,
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints are nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on that glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe that this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it were him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not?
please, stop.
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I got her this time.
Miss Andrews.
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law.
It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness not to testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room. E3 and Andrews.
Yes?
Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood?
Alright.
That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. She's supposed to be German, but I can't do a German accent, so she's from Russia in our game. What does Von Karma have to do with this case? She was the original prosecutor. The kidnappers who kidnapped Maya shot her so that she couldn't be the prosecutor today. And so Edgeworth is stepping in. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence.
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You've yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. I'm glad you're enjoying this stream, Shazam. I have so much fun doing this one every week. It's probably, and don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying all the games I'm playing currently, but this is definitely my favorite one right now. Proof that Ms. Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita.
Ms. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita?
I believe this may lead me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. Ori, thank you so much. I'm glad y'all are having fun with it.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory is that she is the actual murderer. Well, it has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial, please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it! This isn't about that! Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. Help us, boyfriend.
It is impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It is true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whether she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing I am curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state that you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find on this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and I saw it was like in a messy state. And he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Press everything. But
There wasn't anyone else in the room, right?
Of course not.
Then who'd you pour it for?
Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can't you just wait a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen.
Precisely. I could have said it better myself.
Ugh! So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations in not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Ah. And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over?
Yeah, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping.
Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Also, why wouldn't you notice the knife? Then what did cross your mind?
I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so decided to take a nap. Anyway, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all? You thought he fainted?
I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone.
And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice.
Yeah, he always had a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. After that, what happened next?
So it's gotta be this. I'm gonna save it.
And we're gonna look at some evidence. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try presenting this. Nope. Nope. I just want to be like, but what about the knife sticking out of him? We pressed this, and this is the one that she said's odd. So that's our hint that this is the one where there's a contradiction. Can we present the knife? No. Why is the knife not relevant here? So we've tried presenting the crime photo and the knife. Neither one's relevant, apparently. But wait, wasn't he supposed to be doing the press conference? Hold on. Press this again. Slumped over. He was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed, looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? I don't get what's odd about that. Aside from the fact that he had a knife sticking out of him. Also, someone still had to open the case. So that would still mean, what about the case though? But I don't think that that's going to be relevant here either.
Would he have been taking a nap in a chair? I mean, whether he was or wasn't, we can't ask about that. I've already tried presenting the photo, this photo about him being in a chair. He looked tired. Dead tired. Yeah, I've tried presenting the photo here, which is our only evidence that he was sitting in a chair. And we can't really point out, like if the witness thinks something weird, that's technically not a contradiction, so we can't really point it out. Alright, we're just gonna probably try a bunch of things, unfortunately. Okay, it's gotta be this line, because this is the one... The bloody button? I mean, if it didn't take the knife, why would it take the button? Yeah, it doesn't take the button either. Because yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, he very obviously, in the photo, has a knife sticking out of him. The only other thing I can think of is the guitar case. Yeah, I don't know what they want me to see either. Like, he's just like, that's weird. I'm like, why is it weird? Nope. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. He's just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. But I don't understand why that's odd if it's not the knife sticking out of his chest. What else could make that odd? I don't get it. Camera's not relevant. I don't think the magazine clipping's relevant. The map's not relevant. We've tried the guitar case. The juice isn't relevant. It must not be that piece. Just click on all the things. I don't think it's... most of it's not relevant, though. Did we press on this? I don't remember. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards. And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yeah. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides. Whoops, why is she British all of a sudden? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is her best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Sanders, will you tell us the truth this time? Alright, let's, whoops, I didn't mean to press. I meant to present. I guess let's just try the knife on everything.
Because I don't know what else the game wants me to do. Whoops! No. There we go. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah! We finally... I had the right logic, I just couldn't figure out the right place to put it.
What is the meaning of this?
He said it twice. I wish I could give you all bonus points for getting the prediction correct. Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest! Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then nonchalantly go to pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No!
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Madangard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so is that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madangard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Hey, Captain Keys!
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Madangard.
Oh. Your Honor, the prosecution feels it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
The absolute real truth? What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Madangard will go free. And in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie! I don't believe you!
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. What? I thought I turned that off. Oh well. then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. Von Karma. Oh, I've got 2 charity timers. When did that happen? Weird. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes those words right now and is clinging to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority. Thanks, Captain Keys. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
the court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who was the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? No, it's the kidnapper. Don't know what Francisco's plan was here. I don't know.
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Phoenix Wright?
Force her to testify, I guess. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Also, Shrouded One, hello, welcome. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you want to know? Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure. Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However...
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop!
Mr. Edgeworth!
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Edgeworth, jeez. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either's fine with me. I'll talk. But Please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Oh, she's so sad. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Edgeworth is chaotic good, hard to love him but hard to hate him as well. He just really strongly believes in what he believes.
Stab the body with the knife. But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. And he's undeniably in love with Wright. Absolutely. Who could deny that? The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I will never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. They're talking, because we were led to believe that Juan Carita is what caused, I've already forgotten her name. Celeste Impacts to kill herself. But when we brought her up to Matt, he was like, how much do you know? Stay out of my personal business. Which suggests that maybe they had a relationship and then he did something, maybe broke it off or was like mean to her or something and caused her to kill herself. And I think Adrian knows that. So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Carita in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and God for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? I never thought that.
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Okay, Alright, we're gonna press on everything. I thought there was gonna be something about get away with it again that we could press on to get more information, but I don't see it, so it's all coming together slowly but surely. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf was a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and I went to pour the juice. What was this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence with a knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in and took the knife and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife? It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip off one of the buttons and plant it in Mr. Engarde's hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai's costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word, what does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde? Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right.
It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Ms. Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Ms. Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
And that is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Oh no, Maya! I mean, she escaped, so she's probably fine, but we worked so hard. Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if you might look at one thing. The card in your hand, it's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked me about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day. Yes. I found this card when I discovered one's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to one's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. Phoenix! But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? You have any idea what you've stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
I didn't mean to.
What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued.
What does that you know? I don't know. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore!
Look! It'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper's kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up! We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going!
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yeah, that's right. So...
Hey, you guys! I'm glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh boy. Looks like it's Detective Gumshoe. And has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. I came to talk to you, pal.
But we're kind of busy right now. So what are you gonna do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have any, like, a new job lined up yet? Or...
Oh, that? I mean, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all till my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Ungod's innocence all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal.
Oh, Gumshoe. We don't have any way to pay you.
I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making real simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods?
That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to? No, I mean, I almost need... Why would you want to? No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal.
But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said that she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? Are you gonna go visit her, pal?
No, well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to get to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went in and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Nick. Mr. Nick.
No, I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic.
Oh no. That name sends a chill down my spine. Why is everything the same? Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright, well, let's go. Let's start there. I hope we don't see that gross guy. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. No!
Yeah, so you here to visit a patient?
Hi. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. Who is this? Oh, Director Hottie. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it?
Director Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all.
Call the police. He's a patient here.
And when I snuck up on her real secret, like, she would scream real loud. Yes,
he's so gross.
I see. But she's really cute too. And when I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it. Ah!
Go back to your room.
You're so mean. I mean, my frisky friska. But that's good. Oh! Okay, hi. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Ah, I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act so tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. She would have run that trial with a bullet in her shoulder. She would have, though! Ms. Von Karma, I need water. You made a deal with Ms. Oh gosh, I still need water. It's my fault for voicing a dating sim on Sunday. It's all catching up to me. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such a deal? You're denying it?
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, Wright.
If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. Oh, while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with evidence or not. I have only one objective. To find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. The end justifies the means. Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me...
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
We need to make Derek drink water when he streams so his voice doesn't go out. Honestly, I should probably do tea as well as water. But yeah, y'all should forcibly hydrate Derek. A prosecutor quoting Machiavelli is a thing. She's not a good person. It's probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Her whip was saying, I said what I said. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but... She wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness! That card! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you've stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright? This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Also D-Killer! So who is this Shelley D-Killer? D-Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the D-Killer name. So, because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves them cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. Oh no!
Does that make sense?
Oh no! Is that why D-Killer kidnapped Maya? And did Engard hire an assassin? What? Engard may have hired an assassin. If he knew about this, he may have hired an assassin. Who else would want to assassinate this guy? I see. I'm gonna say nothing. Yeah, if you know, do not say. I'm gonna spitball here. But, I don't know though, because we've never had a client who was guilty before. D-Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of this card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley D-Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You're behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. The heck? This isn't about you, Phoenix.
Mr. Nick.
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley D-Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Madengard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue investigations, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley D-Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. I know he's very stressed right now, but still. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya. Please, all I ask is ask for you to make it home safe and sound. I wonder who would have hired the assassin then. We only asked him, did he kill him? And he's like, no, dude. But would he believe that if he hired an assassin? I have no idea. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Okay.
What is this place?
The bears! There's a bear! Oh no. I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Oh, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, look! That's Celeste. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. Maya, you need to escape. You're not wrong, Shazam, but she's not gonna escape. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes, all of them. Just what kind of room is this? It's a movie room. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Oh, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I forgot to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer! I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch is on this thing. Oh, crap. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Oh, it's locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only it was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin.
No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick! Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
Maya just wants a burger. Hashtag free Maya. Oh, I can't talk to him today. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Here you are.
What did he write? Is this something really important?
I don't know. Let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Oh no, why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably like pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Time to snoop for clues. Oh, unless we're gonna go in there and find Maya, which might also happen.
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat.
Hey, Dezo, I will hydrate. Thanks for the reminder.
I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on this cat. So I guess we start here and then...
All right now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
I'm assuming... Actually, I don't know who this is. But I would assume it's, Old Bag. It is! I knew it! I should have just gone with that.
You shall not pass.
Ah! Miss Old Bag!
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised, but, you know, something much more valuable. I want Edgy Boy's pile for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside this old bag. Ugh!
Miss Oldback.
Keep your hands off of me. This helmet's airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. So anyway... Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on a light.
Okay. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's go find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu!
So I guess this is Shu. Look at this cat.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. The cat seems to like pearls.
Pardon me. Oh, look, it's this door.
It's this door. Angel Bunny! Thank you so much for that host and stuff. Hello and welcome. We're getting we're getting to the heart of this case. Hello and welcome, everybody. Let's give Angel a shout out. Hello, you wonderful human. No, you. Hello. How was your stream? Oh, you're playing Pokemon Sword and Shield. How'd your stream go? Hello and welcome, everybody. I'm Estani, another member of Emporium, along with Angel, who is lovely. And y'all who are already here should make sure you're following Angel. We're playing Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations today with dumb voices, silly voices, I should say, and ridiculous cases. I know, it's the same door. So close to getting a ditto. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Which means this part of me, dude, is gonna be D-Killer for sure.
Pardon me.
See? I knew it. I knew it. Hey, calm down, chill out. So rich that I can hang a motorbike from my ceiling without becoming a hazard and crushing my body like a tenderizer to meat.
May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers? Actually, I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer.
The master's. Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Cream of the crop. Thank you for following.
Yes. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. If he had a butler, why would he want us to feed his cat? Have a good dinner, Angel Bunny. We're gonna be streaming for like another 50 minutes and then we'll send y'all over someplace else that's just as lovely, I'm sure. And then it'll be my turn to get dinner. Yeah, what's with the stitch that goes all the way up his face? I don't like it. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
Huh. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Engard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies you.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Are you sure?
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law.
But there is also a lot to be proud of him being a butler. In charge of the house and all, you know, all the butlering.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I'm so confused. Like, obviously, he's an assassin stashing Maya in this place. But... so, why are we not suspicious at all? Mr. Engard must not have known he was here. Or specifically knew he was here and wanted us to go see him for some reason.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air.
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh. What is with me and feeling inferior today?
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Engard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Stick your head through the flap, Phoenix!
Oh, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit the Fey Manor then. I'll show you one when we do.
Okay, so... it sucks that we know Maya's there and we can't do anything about it because Phoenix doesn't know. Maybe I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy poo.
Ugh. Is that a perfume pheromone demore I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy-Poo said so, you understand?
Alright.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Oh, she slaps me. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is gonna be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating D. Killer.
So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag.
Let's see. Seats for the spectators. But there's no event. Stage they were going to use in the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but...
But that press conference...
It was really the victim, one Kurita, trying to disclose something about Mr. Engard.
But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic?
They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. I don't think there's anything here. Oh, there's still the food out as well. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about D. Killer. Hi, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Wrecking cars! An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen?
But, do you have a camera?
Rick Given! A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Would you please take a look at this? Nope, sorry, no can do. Only thing I want to see is a steaming hand towel. What? A steaming hand towel? Need one for my eyes. Today just ain't a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff. How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that one next time you show me something. Well, I tried to tell you about your camera. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came in and went that night. So, about this note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote. Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Engard shoving his manager lady onto Kurita? Yeah. Oh, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind?
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bowl-dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why y'all staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that red-coat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me my camera back. You want me to do what? Listen, nag that guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, Lila. Keep up the good work, okay? Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay,
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
okay.
And if you happen to find yourself a camera, you make sure... Would you just please leave already? Okay. I've already talked about the flowers. Nothing new there. Let's just go into, I guess, the dressing room. And see if there's anything new to uncover here. Who? Ung?
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning? I'm glad you like the Pearl's voice. Oh, no, no.
I hate evil ghosts!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Is this old bag? Or is this somebody else? Excuse me, watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah! Zoinks, it's the alien! No, it's definitely old bag, okay. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Ms. Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and a note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Shazam, thank you so much for hanging out today. I hope you have a great stream when you have your stream. If I'm able to, I will definitely try to stop by and check it out. But yeah, thanks so much for being here. Have a good rest.
With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know. Especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all, you know. But he was gonna become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think about one without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
Oh, you don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see all those two talking it out, down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice.
bears. I'm Uncle Bear and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night. Remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. All I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right. All right. Then, a little. What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver suddenly break? Excuse me.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Electronics expert? Well, you know what? You've got a ray gun. What do you know about transceivers? I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. Okay. Alright. Well, then. Let's just examine some stuff. Is there anything new to look at? I don't think so. Bunch of bears. She's learning about beds. No, I don't want to look at it again. Suitcase. Bears. A lot of bears. Alarm clock ones. Yep. And yeah, there's a couple in the trash can. Oh no! Why are we getting Mo again? Alright, we did that last time. Nothing really to look at here. So, I think we're just gonna have to leave. We haven't really gotten any new evidence, which makes this hard.
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
Devil Clown! I don't even want to... I really did not like that case. It was okay, but I don't know. There's just something about the circus case I didn't like. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Engard really that big and bad a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Oh, electronics expert. Maybe Gumshoe knows somebody if he's still here. Because you're saying circuses are awful. I don't think I've ever been to one. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice. Thanks.
A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat.
Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You gotta be kidding.
And here I thought he'd already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Everything. Literally everything. We'll start with this.
The transceiver?
Why does Wright not have a can opener? Because we're in our office. Why would he keep a can opener in his office? He doesn't even have a kitchen.
Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy with being able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something? Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak back into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Wait, Gumshoe!
Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Pearl and Gumshoe need to be a crime-fighting duo? Sure. Alright, let's go!
Hey, you're finally here, pal.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal, then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors, so... Yeah, I mean, from the outside, so yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I couldn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It looks a little broken.
Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by who? By him, obviously.
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal, it'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right, now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around the room. Give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at everything and anything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it, pal?
Lamp? Check. Listening device? Nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Oh, yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on, sorry. Okay, so apparently lamps give off electromagnetic waves. Well, that's a cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is!
I'm sorry. I've never seen one before.
Not that she mentions it. My cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kuretin Village. And Pearls had never lived outside that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Oh, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So, is there a listening device in there?
No. And I really thought it had to be the phone, too. I mean, it's probably gonna be one of these bears, right? Oh, apparently the fridge has electromagnetic interference.
This is a refrigerator, right?
I really don't think the listening device is in something like this.
Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right?
Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening devices? Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago.
Oh.
Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. It's a plain old calculator.
It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance?
A whole 50 cents? Maybe if he was a spirit medium.
There's There's really a delicious loaf of bread in here.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder.
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and the crime scene warm.
I think the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. It's the TV remote control, but it doesn't look like there's a listening device in here.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap!
Hey! But if I could... Ooh, the people I'd give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
How is it not one of these bears? What about this bear?
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that?
Put Francisca on permanent pause.
Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearl. Sorry.
Oh, the water in this hot water pot's run out. I'll go get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. There's no listening device in this notebook computer, huh?
What's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on. So...
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what's a laptop?
How is it not one of these bears?
What's this?
It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo.
Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick?
What's the education like in Korean Village, I wonder? I think it's just all spirit training all the time. That's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat too! Unless you're vegetarian and that's a valid lifestyle choice. Alright, we're going to check all the lamps. Alright, we got this lamp. I think we already checked the TV. Let's check the TV again. I don't really think listening device in the TV.
Looks like the TV was left on, and now it's showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy your dream.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? So I feel like I've looked at everything. Okay. Oh! Wow, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Dang it!
Oh, yuck, this air filter's covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it.
I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal.
What?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, that's the lamp. Nothing in the picture. Nothing in these bears. Nothing in the plant. The answer is there's no listening device. So that's the calculator. Laptop. Remote, camera. Bread maker. Clock. But not this clock, apparently. Yeah, but apparently that's not the answer, because we've tried the laptop, tried the fridge, we tried this alarm clock. We tried this and this. Ooh. There we go.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But this bear's eyes.
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig out this big fella's eye and see what we got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
Oof.
No!
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and timer.
Oh, what a emitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of the high-tech stuff?
So this tiny thing's a camera.
Yep. It's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera.
It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is the only camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then sent to that recorder.
So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right!
Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. The heck? Why? They knew something was going to happen. So, what's a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep. Let's see, this looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape! What? And if you think about the angle the bear's at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime scene, pal.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye?
And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
It was definitely here, I remember it. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present?
I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened that night.
Trill, it's been a long time. Hello and welcome. Do you mind if we chill here? We're only gonna go for like another 5 minutes, but I will find you a great place to chill. Trill, how was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Let's give you a shout out. I'm sorry. How was Super Mario Bros. 3? I hope you're having fun with it. But yeah, unfortunately, like I'd love to go a little bit longer, but my voice is giving out on me. But I will definitely find a nice chill stream for us to hang out in afterwards and then go get some dinner. But thank you so much for raiding. Also, scroll up. Hello, Cerulean Blade Master. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming along with that raid. Runs were bad because I was tired, but it was fun. Well, fun's the important part, right?
This means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out?
I got it!
What?
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go around to the electronics shop and see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal.
Little Chomp, thanks for following.
Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah. Gumshoe really does come through. How are you looking, Phoenix? Right? It's so much fun. Right now, it's my favorite game to stream.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth! What are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? You know this stuffed bear is... Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? Phoenix Ray's so much fun. Love being brought on to my friend's streams to voice characters. That does sound fun. Also, hey Jade Man, Gumshoe is a great friend.
I have no idea.
Of course not. Voicing characters in this game sounds like a ton of fun. It's a heckin' good time. Cerulean Blade Master, thank you for following. I feel like my follow alerts aren't working. But thank you so much for following. I'll have to double check my alerts later. Make of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. Why would you hide a spy camera in a one-of-a-kind bear? What? The camera and transmitter that scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Edgy's dropping a hint to what he wants for Christmas.
Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can you really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon, Wright. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer. Miss Andrews passed. A kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. Ungard. And his card, Shelley the Killer. There's fan out up there of Edgeworth carrying that bear around. I need to see it. Maya. The only way I can save Maya is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is to find the truth. To be continued. Perfect timing, game. So we're gonna save here. And that is where we're gonna have to end the stream for today because my voice can't take anymore. So let's look at this fan art first. I'm gonna get some music going, then we're gonna look at this fan art. Edgeworth carrying a bear. Oh my goodness, it's so good! Oh, there's lots of it. I'm gonna post some of these to chat. Oh, that's way too long. You know what? We're gonna do this real quick. Hold on. Look at this art! There's also this one, which is very good. And this one, which is also very good. So yeah, I had, oh, and then also this is very good. I love that all. Okay, now we're gonna end the stream. Have a good night, Furman. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for the stream, even though I just caught the tail end. Thank you so much for following. Let's roll credits and say goodnight to everybody. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching tonight. I don't think we have any moderators around right now, but that's fine, because y'all are nice. But Starrybot, thanks for being my bot. We got a bunch of new followers, including Cerulean Blade Master, Little Chump, Cream of the Crop, Professor Pecan. Thank you all so much for those follows. Alright. It's me, I'm on TV. There you are. NH, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow where we're going to do an art stream if my tablet drivers can hold up. I've been having a lot of issues with them lately, so we might have to restart the stream in the middle to reinstall drivers. I'm gonna have to reinstall them tonight. So hopefully they hold out and they're not a big issue. But either way, we're gonna stream some art tomorrow. Thursday, we're gonna be continuing our playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. What tablet do you run? It's an Oogie, and it's just so bad with driver support. I cannot recommend them. I'm using an experimental driver for Windows 10 that they've not updated in almost 2 years now. Actually, I should check to see if they updated it. They probably haven't. Someday when I can afford it, I'm gonna get a new driver. Yeah, they haven't updated their test driver for Windows 10 since the end of March 2019. They're terrible with driver support. Don't get an Oogie. Yeah, I know. It sucks. It's incredibly frustrating. So yeah, I'm gonna at some point try to save up for a new tablet. Got a Huion. I've heard good things about them. I know a couple of other artists who use a Huion and are really happy with it. This is my first non-Wacom thing. But maybe I'll try to save up for Huion. Have a good one. I'll catch you next time. Thanks so much, Trell. Have a great night. And thanks again for that raid. Anyway, we're going to be, like I said, Thursday we're doing Fallout New Vegas. On Friday, I'm going to be over on Snow's channel. Use a Huion and I love it. Nice. Fell on a drawing these days, so I mounted it to the wall and I'm using it for stream chat. I mean, I also use it as my second monitor. At least my current tablet. But yeah, at some point when I have money. I'm gonna be over on Snow's channel on Friday where we're gonna be continuing our all bard campaign of Dungeons and Dragons. We're calling Tenacious D&D. So if you like bards and nonsense and guest DMs and stuff, come hang out for that on Friday. Afterwards, we're gonna be back here and we're gonna play something. I'm not sure what yet. I currently have Arcade Spirits on the docket, but I don't know that I can do 2 dialogue heavy games a week. I did Arcade Spirits on Sunday, and then Phoenix Wright here on Tuesdays. I think it's just too much, so we'll probably do something else. I'll keep you all posted on Discord. Speaking of Discord, I'm dropping my links. If you haven't yet, you can join the Discord. It's a great place to hang out when I'm not streaming and the best place for stream news. I do polls on there sometimes, or I'll tell you if there's changes to the schedule. So Discord's the place to be. If you hang out on Twitter a lot, you can follow me on Twitter. I always tweet when I go live. If you want to check out my art, I have a Patreon and a store. And last but not least, I'm a humble partner. So if you're looking for another way to support the stream, use that affiliate link. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Let's find something chill. Let's see. I think I'm gonna send y'all for, do y'all want, like, some art with Chanslin, or you want some Sims? Either one is probably gonna be pretty chill. If you don't have a preference, I'll probably send you over to Chanslin with some art, because that feels like it'll be more chill. Alright, let's do Chans then.
So please send Chanslin some love. She's lovely. If I could type, it would help. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I'll see you all again very soon.